Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Xiao Chen saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Xiao Chen did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast, so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven-suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a two-star one. A one-star heaven-suspending war chariot could not compare to a two-star heaven-suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Xiao Chen would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yunfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yunfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate God Valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng? The heaven-suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked. Why are you in such a sorry state? Where's your one-star heaven-suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my two-star heaven-suspending war chariot. Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy, and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that it was Hua Qingyun, the heavenly lodging palace branch's young sect master in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the heavenly lodging palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the heavenly lodging palace's branch. In ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Xiao Chen once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake already destroyed my war chariot." What? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak! Where is the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly. After all, they are disciples of the divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse. Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they're disciples of the Dragon's Gate. After all, if I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, "If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they're just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient desolate town? No way." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. "Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing?" Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, "Young Master Hua, what do you mean?" "Scram. I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me?" Bang! Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heaven-suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Xianfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples. A gray-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyan. Hua Qingyan mocked. Others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew. The gray-clad old man asked, Young master, what are your plans? A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyan's eyes as he said, The ninth elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood, thousand-wing, snake spirit core. The gray-clad old man said, However, Elder Su and the others said that they made a big discovery in desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time. Hua Qingyan's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. Accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chun and the others, who were searching for natural treasures, did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it! Lu Riyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening 7-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood ghost face flower. Wei Hongfei exclaimed, We really struck it rich this time. Xiao Chun went over to take a look. Then he said, It is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it. Lu Riyun frowned and said, This ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy. Situ Changfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiao Chun for safekeeping. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Lu Riyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, It's a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. A 2-star heaven suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang! The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shockwave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now, they had not recovered much of their strength. Calm down. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shockwave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyan cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, There's so many good things. The few of you go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood 1,000-wing snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You're giving them too much face. Hua Qingyan smiled and said, Stop sucking up. Quickly go out. There's no need. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyan demanded, Who is it? Bang! Hua Qingyan's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Chun. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven suspending war chariots hatch directly shattered. Then, it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. You're seeking death. Hua Qingyan raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiaochun blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10-odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that gray-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai, a vital chi cultivator. The gray-clad old man frowned and asked, "Friend, where are you from?" Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "Can't you make out the dragon race aura on me?" The gray-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Chun, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. "So, it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is. We're just passing by." Xiao Chun retorted coldly, "Stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there." Honestly speaking, Xiao Chun had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Chun did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. "Old Yang, why are you afraid of him? Attack together and take down this mixed-blood dragon." Hua Qingyun snorted coldly. Then, he led the cultivators in the war chariot to charge at Xiao Chun, ignoring the gray-clad old man's obstruction. "You overestimate yourself," Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then, 2 Dao discs appear behind him, and his great perfection Dao might layered over each other. Then, he infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into his dragon might. His aura immediately soared as he charged at Hua Qingyun's group of 10. Chapter 1940. Bang! The sounds of intense fighting came from the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot, making Murong Yin and the others outside nervous. "Damn it! I'll go and take a look." Murong Yin cursed and won a charge over. However, Lu Ruyun blocked him. Lu Ruyun said, "The few of you have not recovered yet. You're not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there?" Xiao Chun said that he can go alone. "Trust him." Murong Yin grumbled somewhat irritably. Then, he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, "This silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiao Chun?" Sidu Changfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Lu Ruyun said, "It should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Sidu Changfeng and the others are doing. Just follow." Murong Yin turned his head and discovered that Sidu Changfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yin slapped his forehead and said in frustration, "I should have reacted earlier." Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yin turn obedient, Lu Ruyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yin and the others, Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the 2-star heaven, suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Lu Ruyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heaven suspending war chariot. Xiao Chun wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Lu Ruyun did not know where Xiao Chun got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, which he did not use at all. His vital chi was not depleted at all. Xiao Chun had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries that Xiao Chun comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heaven suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyun led 10 people, ignoring the gray-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xianxia. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Xianxia. Xianxia merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with a combination of Xiaoqian's two greater success Dao auras and the Heaven Dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Xiaoqian from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Xiaoqian watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Xiaoqian instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang! Bang! The 11 people, including Hua Qingyun, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the gray-clad old man, only Xiaoqian remained standing. Damn it! If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qingyun felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Xiaoqian, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Xiaoqian alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Xiaoqian said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi Yunfeng that you snatched the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now, it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The gray-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then, he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Xiaoqian retorted indifferently. Do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I'm a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do. When Lu Ruyun, who was in the heavens suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Xiaoqian actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage, holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You, the gray-clad old man, trembled in anger. He said furiously, "You are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles." Hua Qingyun shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. Just obediently lie down. Xiaoqian sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qingyun back down. Then, he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the gray-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, "Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right? You have been observing me, trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right?" As he sat on the chair, Xiaoqian revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the gray-clad old man had been observing Xiao Chun. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiao Chen's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the gray-clad old man watched Xiao Chen calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the gray-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the gray-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The gray-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then, he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged toward Xiao Chun. What a strong palm strike! If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiao Chun smiled coldly, and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased sevenfold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. The gray-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Xiao Chun formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive this Supreme Dragon Fist. Roar! A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the gray-clad old man into the wall of the heaven, suspending war chariot. Xiao Chun hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chun had modified his Supreme Dragon Fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased sevenfold. Not only did the gray-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the gray-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qinyan. Let's go. Not daring to linger, the gray-clad old man picked up Hua Yinfeng. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heaven-suspending war chariot to send him out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly, "Speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place?" When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chun, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll speak. Xiao Chun, we're here to help you." Just at this moment, Murong Yin and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chun saw Murong Yin and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chun could not deal with it. Unless he used the God Shadow Bow, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qinyan had been careless and had given Xiao Chun the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Su led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. "Elder Su? What Elder Su?" Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has two leaders. One is Elder Su Feng, and the other is Elder Lung Quan. This time, the leader is Elder Su Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lung Quan is left to oversee things. How strong is this Elder Su? Elder Su advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now, he is already a small perfection sovereign personage. What did you find? I don't know. I really don't know. Huaxiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lung Quan almost came. Right now, they're trying their best to seal off the news. It looks like he really does not know. Xianxia knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then, Lu Ruyun led the fleeing gray-robed old man and Hua Qingyan back in. Clearly, the gray-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Chan would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chan got Lu Ruyun, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all. The gray-clad old man looked at Xiao Chun and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Chun said coldly, "If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourself for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples." The gray-robed old man said angrily, "Are you trying to incite a conflict between the 2 superpowers?" When Xiao Chun heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This gray-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, why would the 2 superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiao Chun gently knocked down the tyrant saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyun, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Chun, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it! If I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yinfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing. Boom! The heaven-suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Lu Ruyun's control, it soared into the sky. Aside from him, toss everyone else out. Murong Yin smiled and said, "Roger that. I'll handle this matter." Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot just like that. Murong Yin felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chun and said meaningfully, "Xiao Chun, how much strength did you hide from us?" Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Chun's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Chun was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great desolate Ian bloodlines, Xiao Chun could still put up a fight. Xiao Chun barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary Holy Venerates. One of them was even a late-stage Holy Venerate expert. Xiao Chun replied honestly, "It is nothing. That Su Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the gray-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the Heavenly Lodging Palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Xiao Chun, what do you plan to do?" Situ Changfeng asked. Right now, there were 2 paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Xiao Chun, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Xiao Chun make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Xiao Chun would make the final decision. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, the other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes, one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder. Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Qin smiled and said, naturally, that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter. Sidu Chongfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then, we will sell off the demonic blood, thousand-winged snakes materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time, we will be more confident. Xiao Qin gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Murong Yin scratched his head and asked, what if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do? Xiao Qin replied calmly, that is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss. Good, it is settled then. Whoosh. After making up her mind, Lu Riyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heaven-suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Lu Riyun had a heaven-suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this two-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the two-star heaven-suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this two-star heaven-suspending war chariot, the group rushed back in less than 1 day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the two-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose two-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? Two-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the two-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Xiao Chun made arrangements. Riyun and I will go to the Merchant Association and sell the demonic blood thousand-winged snakes materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery, adding details to the story. Hee, no problem. Xiao Chun did not fear attracting attention. He got Lu Ruyun to drive the two-star heaven-suspending war chariot to the Merchant Association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chun, which one are you going to pick? Lu Ruyun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiao Chun nodded and said, let's go to the second-ranked Merchant Association. Got it. Boom. The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient desolate town. Soon, the war chariot arrived above Xiao Chen's destination, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Then it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When a manager saw the two-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiao Chun saw 10-odd girls in their prime, standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Honored guests, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiao Chun secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this 9-cauldron pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case, it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiao Chun waved his hand and led Lu Ruyun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiao Chun had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, "Might I ask how big the business is?" However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the 9-cauldron pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood 1,000-winged snake. Lu Ruyun replied, softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood 1,000-winged snake? An overlord class, ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression. Go and invite Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the 9-cauldron pavilion's ancient desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiao Chun and said, Little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet. Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guang Chun, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun replied indifferently. So, it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood 1,000-winged snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it? A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently. Even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it? Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. I have managed the 9-cauldron pavilion's branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time. After Xiao Chun said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. This young master, are you waiting for this old man? The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed, spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, Mr. Bai, you are finally here. These two youths said that they killed a demonic blood 1,000-winged snake. A demonic blood 1,000-winged snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, Let me see the beast core. Xiao Chun did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom! The mirror box opened, and a great desolate Ian demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory demonic blood 1,000-winged snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. Mr. Bai, beast, you are seeking death. Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then, a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. Good. Master Bai said good 3 times in a row. Then he guffawed. It is indeed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things. Li Xiaohai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. Ha! Young Master Xiao Chun. No, young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts? Li Xiaohai looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Chun instantly changed. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "There is no rush. Let's value this beast core first." Right. There is no rush. There is no rush. Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth? Li Xiaohai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying. The value of an overlord-class, sovereign personage ferocious beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Zhao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million primeval heavenly pills should be enough. Li Xiaohai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyun, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chun still maintained a calm expression. No change could be seen on his face. As for Lu Ruyun, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million primeval heavenly pills? Lu Ruyun giggled and said, I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate intersect disciples are not allowed to enter. An overlord-class, sovereign personage ferocious beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation. The moment Lu Ruyun said that, Li Xiaohai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiaohai looked at Lu Ruyun and asked, Might I ask what Mrs. Identity is? Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities. Xiao Chen's face sank, revealing displeasure. This Li Xiaohai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry. This one is in the wrong. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiaohai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Chen's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master Bai sent a voice projection. Li Xiaohai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The two of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood, thousand-winged snake's beast core is worth? 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood thousand-winged snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The two discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the two of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake at our 9 Cauldron Pavilion, I can offer 5 million primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiaohai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Chun said indifferently, You can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not? Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Chen agreed, the other party, who held the initiative, would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Chen hated the most. He said coldly, Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Li Xiaohai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Li Xiaohai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled then. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, no other conditions. One by one, I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiaohai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision. Good. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills deal. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Chan did not hesitate to take out the purple-patterned wings on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million primeval heavenly pills. Then there was the great desolate Ian demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood thousand-winged snake skin. Every time Xiao Chan took out an item, Li Xiaohai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood thousand-winged snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiaohai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Chan. Then he smiled and said, "This is the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Chen put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiaohai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Chan and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, you need a rank 4 heavenly pill at the very least. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill." "What medicinal pill?" "The 7 Apertures Cloud Breaking Pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill worth 2 million primeval heavenly pills. If young Master Xiao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills." "I'll buy it." Now that Xiao Chun could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past, he did not even blink. This was a rare, fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to Holy Venerate clearly did not fit Xiao Chen's character. Previously, Xiao Chan was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Xiao Chan said sullenly, "I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem." Master Bai guessed. A blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. "Li Xiaohai, do you have any connections in this area?" Li Xiaohai smiled and said, "As the person in charge of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town, naturally, I know people from all walks of life. Give me one day, and I'll help young Master Xiao find someone." Xiao Chen nodded and handed the tyrant's saber to Li Xiaohai. "There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. If he is confident, he can come." "How heavy?" After Li Xiaohai received the tyrant's saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon, Xiao Chun obtained the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Then, he asked Lu Ruyun, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Lu Ruyun smiled and asked, "What do you think?" After asking a nonsensical question, Xiao Chun put away the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill and boarded the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "Things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Morong Yan's side is doing. Young Master Xiao, take care. Come again when you have time." Li Xiaohai sent Xiao Chen off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, He could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, this is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly crystals in one day. If I could do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year. Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, "It really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant's saber." Master Bai, what did you say? Nothing. Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The heavenly lodging palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Haha, what did you hear that? The heavenly lodging palace clearly discovered a damaged heavenly realm divine weapon. Damn, what did you hear that? Why did I hear that the heavenly lodging palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a heavenly realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Xiao Chun and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Murong Yin and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the heavenly lodging palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news. The elites of the heavenly lodging palace have all left the branch. Now, only Senior Lung Quan remains. Damn, could the rumors be true? What is the heavenly lodging palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The heavenly lodging palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The heavenly lodging palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yin and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the heavenly lodging palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the heavenly lodging palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, what do you think of the heavenly lodging palace's abnormality?" Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now, rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the heavenly lodging palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the heavenly lodging palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know so that they can keep it for themselves. Humph, this heavenly lodging palace is really becoming more and more overboard." The heavenly lodging palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby rank 6 sections. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time, the heavenly lodging palace went overboard. Xiao Chun directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Master Li, that disciple of mine, Qi Yinfeng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Chun had also heard of Qi Yunfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling Sword Gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yinfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect, where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened and feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Xiao Chun had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with desolate God Valley. Tell sect master what exactly the heavenly lodging palace is doing." So. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yinfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the heavenly lodging palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance. Just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave, Qi Yinfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the two-star heaven suspending war chariot to desolate God Valley. So, that is the reason." It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling sword gate could not openly offend the heavenly lodging palace by itself. Only by working with all the rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the heavenly lodging palace would settle the score. If the rank 6 sects worked together, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally, there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yinfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling sword gate. If the heavenly lodging palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yinfeng, present. Qi Yinfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. "Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions," Li Rong said seriously. "Yes." Qi Yinfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sects would need him to lead the way. "My luck has changed. Hua Qingyun, don't let me run into you again." When Qi Yinfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Chun and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wrong before. It was not just the ruling sword gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Chun, Murong Yin, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Chun had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Chun. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 primeval heavenly pills. The reward was still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, they were all heaven-class core disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ha ha ha! We really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yan's face. Then, he said with a grave expression, I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, I suggest that Xiao Chun get 5 million primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest. Right. Xiao Chun, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve. Mu Rongyin immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Chun, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Chun did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Chen's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Chun felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Lu Riyun looked at Xiao Chun, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then, she tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Lu Riyun looked, the more she felt that Xiao Chun was the real Lu Ruyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Chun, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhong Li for Xiao Chen's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. Sir Xiao, just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiaohai rushing over. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, Everyone, make good use of your time the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind, either. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes. He said, Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through. Xiao Chen smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiaohai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiaohai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith. Chapter 1944. Sir Xiao, this is Senior Yun, a rank 4 Grandmaster. He should be able to satisfy your requirements. Li Xiaohai introduced Senior Yun to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and asked, Senior Yun, have you seen my saber? Senior Yun said proudly, I have. It is a peak inherited Dao tool. This old man believes that I can refine a Dao tool of this level again. Xiao Chun looked at Senior Yun somewhat suspiciously. Based on Senior Yun's expression, it seemed like he did not recognize the Tyrant Saber's origins. Boss Li, please step back for a while. Li Xiaohai did as he was told, performing a cup fist salute and leaving. He did not know what Xiao Chun was up to. This saber of mine is not an ordinary inherited Dao tool. Senior Yun, you could take a closer look. Xiao Chun made an inviting gesture. Seeing Xiao Chun so serious, Senior Yun's expression turned grave. Then, he grasped the scabbard and carefully examined it. Lightning attributed. It has been passed down for a long time. What else is there? Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chun and said, Young Master Xiao, please draw the saber. Clang! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber with a backhand motion. A spot of cold light flowed down and gathered at the saber's tip, looking like a flickering, icy star. Senior Yun's expression changed slightly. Then, he gently flicked the saber with his finger. A melodious saber hum rang out, and the saber hummed. Then, Senior Yun heard something else amid this humming. Those were the cries of countless tyrannical, powerful bladesmen before they died. This is that misfortune's saber. Senior Yun finally recalled it. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun in shock. Young Master Xiao, you are really bold. Despite knowing the origins of this saber, you still dare to use it. This saber is not very auspicious. Anyone who wields this saber will eventually achieve hegemony. However, they will not have a good ending, dying a violent death. Xiao Chun said indifferently. That is because they do not understand the hegemonic Tao. Senior Yin, are you confident of modifying this saber for me? Senior Yin smiled and said, why not? How do you want to modify it? Just say it. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and opened his palm. The grand unity divine lightning appeared in his hand. Tai profound bomb. Old Yin was startled. He grabbed Xiao Chun's hand and said excitedly, bring it over. Do you have more? Xiao Chun jumped in fright and quickly retracted the Tai divine lightning. Was there something wrong with this old man? Sorry, I was too excited. You don't know how excited we, as refiners, are when we see such a magical item that only exists in legends. I've been stuck at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm for many years. Xiao Chun asked curiously, this thing is deliberately helping Senior advance. Advancing might not be possible, but you will definitely gain a lot. Are you thinking of merging the Tai Divine Lightning with the Tyrant Saber? It was a good idea. In this way, the domineering saber might grow into a Tai dark weapon in the future. There will be unlimited possibilities in the future. The more Elder Yin spoke, the more excited he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start refining now. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, I say, Elder, there's no need to be so agitated. Haha, you do not understand the blacksmithing Tao. Naturally, you do not understand my current feelings. Right now, I feel like you found a supreme and profound saber technique and can't wait to practice it. Elder Yin guffawed and said, since it is merging the Tai Divine Lightning, I will not take your payment. After all, this is my first time doing this. Instead, I will be gaining experience for myself. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. This was great. He could save a lot of resources. A rank 4 Grandmaster Refiner would be very remunerative. 200,000 primeval heavenly pills would probably be astronomical. However, I cannot help you pay for the other supplementary materials, Elder Yin said. Xiao Chun smiled and said, don't worry. I will get Li Xiuhai to make arrangements. Elder Yin, this way please. When I rented this courtyard, I specifically requested for a suitable refiner. After handing the Tai Profound Lightning and the Tyrant Saber to Elder Yin, Xiao Chun said seriously, I'll leave the rest to Elder Yin. I want to activate the Strand of Soul in the Tyrant Saber and improve my Thunder Great Tao. No problem. I will do my best. Sparks flickered in Elder Yin's eyes, appearing incredibly excited. Xiao Chun frowned to himself. He did not know whether this would work or not. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about it. A rank 4 Grandmaster was already extremely incredible. If not for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Chun would not be able to find a rank 3 Grandmaster by himself. Sir Xiao, what instructions do you have? Li Xiuhai walked over with a smile. Now, he firmly believed that Xiao Chun was the god of fortune. It would not be wrong to befriend him. Xiao Chun made a list of all the supplementary materials needed for refining and handed them to the other party. Li Xiuhai took a casual glance and said that there was no problem. Then, he pretended to say casually, recently, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's matter caused a huge commotion in ancient desolate town. I wonder if Sir Xiao has heard of it? Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, what is it? Tell me. Does this fellow really not know? Li Xiuhai could not see any suspicion in Xiao Chen's expression. He felt somewhat disappointed as he continued. I don't know what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered in desolate God Valley. They actually sealed off the place and turned it into a forbidden zone. The 4 nearby rank 6 sects, the Ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Sect, and the Wolfsmoke Pavilion, could not hold back and sent their elites over. Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. To think that there is such a thing. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered one of the top 3 merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. They can be considered a super faction, but they did not make any moves? Li Xiuhai said embarrassedly, Sir Xiao, you must be joking. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion of this ancient desolate town is nothing compared to us. Just in the northern region alone, there are 3 ranks above me. How could I be in the mood to join in on the excitement? Even if I wanted to, I could not. The last sentence was clearly directed at Xiao Chun. Li Xiuhai felt that there should be an expert behind Xiao Chun. If Xianxia was willing, their nine-cauldron pavilion was willing to form an alliance with him and investigate the situation together. Xianxia thought to himself, sly old fox. Then he smiled and said, Boss Li, you are too humble. That will be all. I will not send you off. Li Xiaohai turned his head back and discovered that Xiaoqian had already sent him to the courtyard without him realizing it. Li Xiaohai could not help feeling depressed. He had not gotten anything out of Xiaoqian yet. However, Li Xiaohai could only give up now. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Sir Xiao, come over often when you have time. I'll get someone to deliver the items on this list tomorrow. Take care. After the other party left, Xiaoqian immediately withdrew his smile. The plan worked. They had finally stirred up the waters. Other than the 4 6th grade sects, there were probably many other hidden forces and powerful individuals. They all wanted to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Given this, the Heavenly Lodging Palace no longer had any hope of monopolizing the spoils. The muddier the waters, the better, Xiaoqian thought to himself. Then, he closed the door and returned to the cultivation room to prepare for his breakthrough. Since Xiaoqian intended to get involved in this mess, he needed to improve his strength further. Otherwise, he would not be sufficient before a sovereign personage. Even if an ordinary initial perfection sovereign personage came, Xiaoqian would not be a match for them. He would only be able to barely flee. If Xiaoqian did not raise his strength, he could only watch the excitement and be a bystander in this mess. 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Xiaoqian took out the medicinal pill and entered deep thought. Given Xiaoqian's situation, even without the help of a rank 4 heavenly pill, breaking through to Holy Venerate was just a matter of time. If not for the situation changing, breaking through naturally would have been the best for Xiaoqian. However, the situation was urgent. He could not care so much. After placing the primeval heavenly pill in the spirit gathering formation below, Xiaoqian sat in the center of the formation in the air. Open. Xiaoqian gently tapped the spirit gathering formation, and the primeval heavenly pill turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout the entire cultivation room. Xiaoqian's hands did not stop moving, continuously pouring in primeval heavenly pills into the spirit gathering formation. After the spirit gathering formation spun 100 times and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room turned into clouds, Xiaoqian stopped pouring in primeval heavenly pills. As Xiaoqian looked at the spiritual energy above him that looked like real clouds, he sighed, "How extravagant!" For the sake of raising the spiritual energy in the room to the level of the Heaven Dragon Palace's profound dragon platform, Xiaoqian used a total of 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. All this was for the sake of a smooth and perfect breakthrough. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. Xiaoqian circulated 2 kinds of energy at the same time. Then he opened his mouth and directly swallowed 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills all turned into liquid. Xiaoqian was like a whale swallowing the sea, continuously absorbing this vast, veritable essence energy. If an ordinary person were here, they would definitely faint from fright. If a star venerate absorbed such a vast amount of primeval heavenly pills, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. However, Xiaoqian did not fear this. His physical body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. The whirlpools formed by the purple thunder divine incantation and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art were like black holes in his body, continuously digesting and turning the spiritual energy into veritable essence energy. Boom! The 2 veritable essence energies intersected, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy spun continuously. Xiaoqian sat down, and a modeled Taiji diagram appeared. Black and white yin-yang fish chased each other in the diagram. When they reached a balance, Xiaoqian felt his physical body swell up slightly. He knew that he had already reached his limit. Xiaoqian closed his mouth and stopped absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. After refining for a while, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. When the medicinal pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, the medicinal energy ignited in that instant. Then, it quickly exploded in a way that Xiao Chen did not expect. Boom! Boom! First, an intense explosion came from Xiao Chen's soul pool. Following that, an even more horrifying explosion came from his 9-star primal core. Wuxia! Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Intense pain filled his entire body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and he nearly fainted in that instant. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. I was too anxious. I was still overconfident. He thought that with so many resources, rank 4 heavenly pills, and his outstanding talent, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the bottleneck of the Holy Venerate stage. It should have been a piece of cake. There should have been no need to worry. Unexpectedly, while he broke through the bottleneck, he nearly exploded to death. He could not stabilize the soul energy and veritable essence energy that continuously poured into him after advancing to Holy Venerate. Oh no! Just as Xiao Chen calmed himself and put in all his effort, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. Trash! Trash! To think that breaking through to Holy Venerate still requires so much effort. I must have been blind to have chosen you as my successor. Chapter 1945. At the crucial moment, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's lingering soul, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen gently breathed out some dragon qi, and the explosive veritable essence energy and soul energy in his body immediately stabilized. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was still the same as usual. Every time he appeared, he would belittle himself. Xiao Chen, who was already used to this, smiled softly and said, "Senior, I have already arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire and joined the Heaven Dragon Palace." The Heaven Dragon Palace? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt slightly stunned. He reacted only after a long time. Then, he said in shock, "That's right. I still find it strange." "What's so strange about it?" "The Blue Dragon bloodline ceased to exist long ago. How could I join the Blue Dragon Palace?" These words sounded strangely sorrowful coming from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. As the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiao Chen wanted to join the Blue Dragon Palace. By the time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor reacted, he realized that the Blue Dragon bloodline had ceased to exist long ago. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left, the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, even glorious. Even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not know how the Blue Dragon bloodline perished. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not gotten used to a Divine Dragon Empire without a Blue Dragon. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to check on his body's various aspects after advancing to Holy Venerate. He had too many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Senior once discovered a dragon city in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It turned out that the Black Dragon King was sealed under that dragon city. However, the seal is broken now. The foe god flame guarding the seal is reaching its limit. It told me that the Black Dragon King will reappear within 100 years. That senior seems to be your subordinate. After speaking for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was somewhat indifferent, not as attentive as he imagined. Speaking of which, Senior Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, why are you not shocked or worried at all? Shocked my ass. I was the one who laid the formation. Do you think I don't know how long it can last? What use is there in worrying? Trash like you. Could it be that you can help me kill that black loach? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words rendered Xiao Chen speechless. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sounded very reasonable. He could not refute them at all. After being stunned for a long time, Xiao Chen could only say softly, "Oh, to think that you did not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you." Suddenly, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor discovered something. He roared angrily, "Brat, what should I say to you? Why are you not cultivating my divine dragon body tempering art? Why did you run off to cultivate the demonic, cloud, heaven-swallowing art? Is the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you very weak? Actually, the reason why the blood-soaked dragon emperor was so angry was that Xianxia was like him, both taking the path of righteous and demonic dual cultivation. He wasn't really angry at Xianxia. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was hatred in his heart. Xianxia was startled and felt a bit guilty. With his mental state, there were very few people who could make him feel like this. Only the blood-soaked dragon emperor could. Xianxia explained, showing that he had not wasted his time. I have been cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art all this time. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers. I have already refined the dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood. I have also succeeded in cultivating the 4th layer. I can now bring out the divine dragon war body and the blue dragon divine wings. I intend to continue cultivating the 5th layer after I break through to the Holy Venerate stage. Humph! What kind of dogshit divine dragon war body is that? When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will be able to defeat me. When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will know that the divine dragon body tempering art is just the beginning. Don't embarrass me. I feel embarrassed for you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor snorted coldly in disdain. Xianxia could tell that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was in a much better mood. He smiled and said, I got it. I will focus on cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art from now on. I will definitely not let Senior down. When Senior wakes up again, you will definitely see the complete divine dragon war body. Next time, the blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. There will not be a next time. These sudden words stunned Xianxia. His heart sank as he asked, What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are going to die. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot die. Huh, I have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Why are you so excited? Right now, I'm just a strand of remnant soul. I will die sooner or later. However, I'm still worried about you. You always make me worry. How are you going to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future? The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned gentle. However, it made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia hoped that the blood-soaked dragon emperor would scold him like before. Xianxia clenched his right fist tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. It seemed like every time the blood-soaked dragon emperor woke up, the blood-soaked dragon emperor helped Xianxia, saving his life no less than 3 times. Is it because of this? Is it because the blood-soaked dragon emperor drained his already dwindling remnant soul to save me? Suddenly, Xianxia blamed himself. Brat, don't overthink. I already said that I died a long time ago. I am just preserving the essence of my soul for the sake of passing on the inheritance. The blood-soaked dragon emperor seemed to guess what Xianxia was thinking, consoling him. Xianxia's heart did not calm down even after a long time. Actually, he had long gotten used to the strand of remnant soul in his body. Although it rarely appeared, it gave Xianxia something to rely on. Unfortunately, back then, that black loach turned the entire Great Thousand Realms upside down, triggering a great war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The flames of war spread to the deities of the heavenly realm. Even the heavenly realm was affected and shattered, no longer existing. However, it still lost to me, obediently getting sealed. However, in the end, I lost the time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed. The survivor is king. In less than 100 years, that black loach will come out again. Brat, buck up. While I can still maintain my inheritance and memories, properly receive my inheritance, and help me defeat that black loach again. Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, a resplendent red light burst out from his 9-star primal core. The scarlet dragon seal flew out and quickly crumbled, turning into beams of light that merged with Xianxia's physical body and soul. In that instant, a life flashed before Xianxia's eyes like a movie. There was beauty and elegance. There was arrogance and unparalleled arrogance. From inexperience to maturity, from the innate realm, he grew step by step. Finally, he stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms, refining an immortal divine body and lighting up a supreme divine flame. He was filled with lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness, wanting to unify the 8 great empires and establish the divine dragon dynasty, restoring the supreme hegemony of the dragon race during the Great Desolate Aeon. However, the Black Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and threw the 3 realms into chaos, triggering the ultimate war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The heavenly realm shattered, and many deities fell. The structure of the entire Great Thousand Realms changed. When everything became a thing of the past, when the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor grew old, the final scene appeared before Xianxia. That was the scene before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's death. When the scene shattered, countless memories appeared in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Those were the greatest treasures and inheritance that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left for him. After a long time, Xianxia opened his eyes. In a trance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed. So it turns out that he really died many years ago. Xianxia felt sad and dispirited as he recalled the few words he exchanged with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Xianxia somewhat regretted being born too late. It would have been great if he could have personally seen the glory of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor when he was alive. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the Blue Dragon bloodline and defeat that Black Loach for you once more. A look of determination flashed in Xianxia's eyes. His body emitted wisps of illusory light. Behind Xianxia, he was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual force. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image looked at Xianxia below. Then, he revealed a smile. Pretty good. After feeling conflicted for such a long time, I should be able to relax. However, now, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I really cannot see you successfully practice the divine dragon body tempering art. I have no more regrets in this life, then. Whoosh! The wisps of light scattered, and the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image vanished completely. Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Xianxia's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Xianxia compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once, and his soul pool would explode. Xianxia selectively absorbed all the secrets of the blue dragon race and some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Xianxia 2 days. After 2 days, Xianxia opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the Holy Venerate stage. Without overthinking, Xianxia checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon, and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xianxia learned that when ordinary people broke through to the Holy Venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of 2 clumps of profound light, like Xianxia's, was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong, mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The Great Thousand Realms are truly filled with wonders, Xianxia muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been dead for so many years. Xianxia still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary Nine Suns. With a thought, Xianxia activated his holy venerate will. Two clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. A powerful will spread in all directions. Xianxia revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, people always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xianxia's star venerate. In the future, he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xianxia did not know how to choose. Xianxia wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the Holy Venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was right. The true divine dragon war body truly began only after Xianxia cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xianxia admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xianxia would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advance to the Holy Venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xianxia stood up and headed for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Li Xiaohai personally received Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia, he showed a startled expression. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the Holy Venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7-aperture cloud breaking pill, breaking through is not easy." Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable. What Li Xiaohai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xianxia advancing to the Holy Venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiaohai. This Xianxia before Li Xiaohai became increasingly unfathomable. Xianxia took out a list and handed it to Li Xiaohai. "If the 9 Cauldron Pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes." Bones of a sovereign personage, ferocious beast, Dao bone pill, 10,000-year-old heavenly bloodgrass. What is Sir Zhao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique? Li Xiaohai looked at Xianxia suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xianxia be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, then Xianxia's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage Holy Venerate. Xianxia smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 Cauldron Force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 Cauldron Force will be easy." 50 Cauldron Force. Li Xiaohai's heart churned. As he sized up Xianxia again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiaohai's peak Holy Venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xianxia here. No wonder Xianxia did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xianxia did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xianxia was a holy venerate with 50 Cauldron Force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young, outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiaohai was stunned for a while. Then he smiled widely and said, "Sir Xianxia, you are really unfathomable. Men, get these resources for Sir Xianxia according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them." Li Xiaohai called someone over and gave the instructions for Xianxia. After waiting for some time, Li Xiaohai probed, "Sir Xianxia, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There are also several loose cultivators who try to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them." Finding this strange, Xianxia asked, "Did they fight with sovereign personages?" Li Xiaohai shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them. Xiao Chun frowned and said, that means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered. Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The Heavenly Lodging Palace showed no mercy, intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people will not be able to sit still. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere? I have the heart, but I am powerless, Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the primeval heavenly pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Xiao Chun to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Xiao Chun, I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak. Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, It is the grandson of a Heavenly Lodging Palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course, it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor, the entire Heavenly Lodging Palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage. Xiao Chun glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Xiao Chun snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said calmly, Aside from the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, there are 5 other Dragon Kings in the Divine Dragon Empire. Boss Li, do you know about them? I do. The White Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Red Dragon King, Blue Dragon King, and Green Dragon King. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms. Why did young Master Xiao suddenly mention this? What do you mean? Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen glanced at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then, he continued, Which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a Sovereign Emperor's rage? Naturally, the Dragon King's rage. Xiao Chun revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me? Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, Young Master Xiao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it. Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiao Chun. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiao Chun had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Chun did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiao Chun feel some urgency. In a few days, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sections. Xiao Chun needed a break through quickly. He had to break through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiao Chun took out the Heavenly Bloodgrass, Dao Bone Pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiao Chun did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him. who had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days, Xiao Chun had spent only 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiao Chun break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiao Chun had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Body Tempering art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Chun had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiao Chun and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it, who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch, Elder Su Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various Rank 6 sections. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these Rank 6 sect troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it, if I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Su Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Su Feng asked, "Has young Master Huan not appeared yet?" Reporting to Elder Su, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him, someone whispered. Another piece of bad news. Su Feng said in a low voice, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx." Although Su Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. "Go and tell the ruling sword gates Li Rong that I want to meet them." "Elder, are you going to, since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore together and pull back our forces." "Humph, all of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in." The anger in Su Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later, inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town, boom, a streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. "Ha ha ha! Murong Yin finally broke through." Murong Yin descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yin landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Whoosh! Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow, Wei Hongfei, improved significantly as well. When Murong Yin saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yin, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yin and said calmly, "Not bad. Win, listen to my call." The 2, who were competing in the dark, quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Situ Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Situ Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Xiao Chun, Situ Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon, Duan Fei and Lu Ruyun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. I wonder how much improvement Xiao Chan has made, Situ Changfeng said softly. Situ Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Xiao Chan was cultivating. Without a doubt, Xiao Chan would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Xiao Chen's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable and unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, Kassier, crisp sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Xiao Chun broke through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer and executed the Divine Dragon War Body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Xiao Chen's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Xiao Chun looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate Aeon. When Xiao Chun glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This divine dragon war body is still far from being complete. Xiao Chen's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying! That was earlier. In the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Xiao Chen's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Xiao Chun was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying, mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Chun made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations. As Xiao Chun looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Situ Changfeng improved the most. Murong Yin and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duan Fei and Lu Ruyun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yin said embarrassedly, I say, Xiao Chun, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, Xiao Chun, congratulations. When are we going to depart? Wait for my saber. Saber? Situ Changfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ha ha! This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant's saber to Xiao Chun. Just as Xiao Chun was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the grand divine lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiao Chen's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This saber is much scarier than you imagine. This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity." When Murong Yin and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Chun, who was holding the tyrant's saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Chun grasped the saber's hilt, a grave killing chi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yin looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of grand, profound lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber." Xiao Chun said softly, "The grand, profound lightning is born in the heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the grand, profound lightning might be able to change some of the tyrant saber's origins?" "That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now, you infused a grand, profound lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory." Senior Yun smiled and said, "Because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun, and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance." The Heavenly Alliance? Lu Ruyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Goodbye." Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, "Xiao Chun, you know about the Heavenly Alliance?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile, so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a Grandmaster if he could refine the primeval heavenly pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. Sir Xiao! Sir Xiao! Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss? What was he here for? Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chun teased. Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental. Li Xiaohai smiled abashedly and said, Sir Xiao, you jest. Seeing that Xiao Chan was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiaohai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time, Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly. When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chun? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chun, so they wondered if Xiao Chun had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy. Li Xiaohai looked at Xiao Chun somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chun would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiaohai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyan has been locked inside all this time. Xiao Chun said indifferently, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li. That will be all, then. Li Xiaohai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley? Xiao Chun did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, Since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient Desolate Town have already gone there, right? Master Bai smiled and said, It's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient Desolate Town rushed over. Did you discover what it is? I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic, and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it. Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, I will not disturb young Master Zhao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our 9 Cauldron Pavilion for a drink. Goodbye. After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiaohai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed, This person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins. Master Bai consoled, Don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it, Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiao Chen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yin could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chun and asked, Xiao Chun, why is that Li Xiaohai so obedient to you? It was not just Murong Yin. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiao Chun answered honestly, There are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally, he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it. In that case, I know how to do it next time as well, Murong Yin said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yin. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Lu Riyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiao Chen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiaochen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiaochen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Lu Ruyun for a long time. We're here. The two-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the heavenly lodging palace. It should be nearby. Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. Go through it, Xiao Chan said softly. Then, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, the group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment, their eyes lit up and a city appeared like magic. This is the secret that the heavenly lodging palace sealed off. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. How can such a complete city appear in desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Mu Rongyin rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Sidu Changfeng said sullenly, "It might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this desolate God Valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This desolate God Valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried." Lu Riyun nodded and said, "I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city." Xiaochen looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, Xiaochen soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness, and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast, fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it, Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only two words echoed in his mind. Martial God. Martial God. Martial God. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Qin's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds. Fortuitous encounter. Murong Yin smiled and said, Xiao Chun, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said calmly, There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here. Situ Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, In that case, I'll team up with Murong Yin. After that, only Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyun headed for the North Gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chun tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chun could not figure out. An ancient city left by a martial god? Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhong Li. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. Ha ha! I, Qin Outyin, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Outyin, whom Xiao Chun had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. Let's go. Without even thinking, Qin Outyin strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li was very experienced. He wanted to say something, but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Outyin's interest, Zhong Li could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Outyin to help them enter the city. Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group? Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhong Li said indifferently, He better pray that I don't see him. Humph. Zhong Li had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Chun, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun, Lu Riyun, and Situ Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Situ Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly. We have to choose carefully. Xiao Chun looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xianxia gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xianxia, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xianxia answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Situ Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. "We are here." Right after Situ Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city, just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything? In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiaoqian made his choice. All right, let's enter through the south gate then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiaoqian originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed, and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city. Situ Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses, looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang, dang, dang. All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yin punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yan. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yin sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Chun and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn, what the heck is this? Quickly go back. Quickly go back. Xianxia and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Xianxia simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. There were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus secret technique, cleansing extermination. A light flashed, and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Xianxia and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Chun understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiao Chun, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight as they charged forward. Xiao Chun shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang! Bang! Vital chi surged as Xiao Chun punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiao Chun felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon pattern battlesuit that he obtained from Xianxia. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yin, protect me. Got it. Murong Yin shouted and threw a few punches. Then, he shouted at those damned servants, scram. Murong Yin charged over to Xianxia's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yin protecting him, Xianxia sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiaoqian's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiaoqian opened his eyes and said loudly, "Everyone, gather here. Let's stack our Tao might together." Although they did not know why Xiaoqian said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiaoqian. "Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, spread out your Tao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less." Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said in a deep voice, "I found a way to deal with these Deadpool." Murong Yin smiled and said, "I'll go first. Flame Dao, he my call." Right after Murong Yin spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind, great Dao, light, great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiaoqian and the others. Saber, great Dao, thunder saber Dao. Xiaoqian shouted, and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, the great perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom! Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiaoqian had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tian Yin executed before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. Lu Ruyun, Duan Fei, quickly make your move, Xiaoqian said softly. Then, the two did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Ruyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh, whoosh. As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. Success, Lu Ruyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. Xiaoqian, you are really something, Murong Yin exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqian showed a calm expression as he said, "It's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao might tenfold." All right. Boom. When the Dao might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao might felt not only the pressure from the Dao might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Tao might shrank and return to the bodies of Xianxia and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friend from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, Xiaochun, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants. Xiaochun pointed to the ancient city and said, This ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone. That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiaochun could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. You, stop right there. Xiaochun called out to Lu Ruyun and said, Come with me. Lu Ruyun asked in dissatisfaction, Why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time, it is not up to you. Xiaochun's forcefulness forced Lu Ruyun to follow him obediently. Go out by yourself. With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it circled around Xiaochun a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Ruyun saw this scene, she said angrily, I am not even comparable to a stupid bird. That's right. In certain aspects, you are indeed inferior. Xiaochun continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Ruyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing would be somewhat difficult. You. Xiaochun's casual words angered Lu Ruyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiaochun's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiaochun carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. Xiaochun, quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well. Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. Let's go. Xiaochun and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring? Pill River? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiaochun had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiaochun's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiaochun and Lu Ruyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance. Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiaochun and Lu Riyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away, and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Riyun exclaimed in shock. The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal. Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven-ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven-ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yin, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yin pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yin pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below, there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiaochun to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yin had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiaochun and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages. Initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiaochun soon discovered that the person Murong Yin mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiaochun could not figure out the barrier. So, he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom! The moment Xiaochun landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate gray-robed old man attacked him. When the gray-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged, and his aura was boundless. Xiaochun snorted coldly. Then he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the gray-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the gray-robed old man felt that Xiaochun's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The gray-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiao Chun landed, a few people stood out from behind the gray-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Chun. Trying to bully me with numbers? Murong Yin and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiao Chun one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The gray-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiao Chun discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise, they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, I, Lu Yuanzong, will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiao Chun felt a cold, killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiao Chun and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiao Chun was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiao Chun earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword chi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Wuxia. When the sword chi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiao Chun and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it, you bunch of trash. Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiao Chun, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiao Chun earlier scolded. Could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiao Chun did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I'm still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You're seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiao Chun again. Scram! Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiao Chun looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiao Chun know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew? It still did not work. Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiao Chun continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiao Chun to quickly tell them method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, "What do you want?" Xiao Chun pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, "That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability." All right. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiao Chun, are you confident? Lu Riyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiao Chun observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the Essence Sealing God Locking Formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now, one could break it with a soul tool. Xiao Chun did have a soul tool, and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiao Chun looked around and said, "Who has formation flags? Lend me some." Damn, I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiao Chun did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Chun received 10-odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Chun already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Chun, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Chun wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the Essence Sealing God Locking Formation was not to defend against enemies, but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. Whoosh! As Xiao Chun continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the keynotes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Chun's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you'll be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Chun? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Chun said calmly, "This is an essence sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time. Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Chun, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. Please. Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Chun and the others to enter first. There's no need to worry. Let's go in. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then, he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Chun directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Chen's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn, this weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we'll be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil. That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha ha! Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Chun. Before him was the tree that Xiao Chun had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha ha! Brat, your eyes are indeed unique. The gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Chun. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Chun, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yen roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud, and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha! This won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Chun, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Chun replied calmly, I remember that your red dragon palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your red dragon palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red dragon true flame. Whoosh! Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. A coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiao Chun reacted quickly. grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Chun, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you. It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently. I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Chun earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Chun and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chun had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Chun immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Chun defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Chapter 1953. Firmament's Rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Chun, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Ruyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chun replied, "There is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please." Xiao Chun stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Chun quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Chun expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle, gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. At first, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiaoqin had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiaoqin's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Qian had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Qian felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame, saint's spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon, essence energy. Spirit said. Lu, essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Qian could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then, his body quickly descended. Xiao Qian could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiao Qian felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Qian felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Qian's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights, as resplendent as stars, looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Qian looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Qian and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Qian quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores. Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Qian could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Qian sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha ha! A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao Qian could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao Qian saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you, don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. "No, I don't want to go down. It's not up to you." Ha ha ha. Xiao Chun heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao Chun could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao Chun could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. Splash! Before Xiao Chun could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao Chun knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiao Chun was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao Chun firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water, but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao Chun watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Chun's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has. After strolling around the underground, Xiao Chun discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chun could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise, it was a dead person. Xiao Chun sent out a strong wind, and that person fell over. Indeed, it was more or less as Xiao Chun guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Chun would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chun pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast?" Xiao Chun, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chun had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chun looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room, but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chun could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chun could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chun, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with 2 resplendent lights, one golden and one snow white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The 2 lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of Xiao Chun, blocking the 3's attacks. Primal chaos, veritable essence, energy, Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos, veritable essence, energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi, veritable essence, energy, and spiritual energy, veritable essence, energy, filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chun drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang for divisions and the 8 trigrams. When a mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Chun did not dare to touch it. He stood on a lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the 3 pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiaoqin's only advantage was that the three pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Qin's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battle Snow. Xiao Qin executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiao Qin a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiao Qin did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning, rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiao Qin did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Qin saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiao Qin's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiao Qin thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiao Qin had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epic. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiao Qin relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls, and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon, but the epic epic. Epics came and went. It was unknown how many epics passed before the martial epic arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epic was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god-demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiao Qin's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill, tainted with a demonic nature before Xiao Qin horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiao Qin directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiao Qin continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled toward Xiao Qin. Chapter 1955. Inside the Herb Garden. When Murong Yin and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. "Why is Xianxia not back yet?" Lu Riyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tion's clone could not do anything to him. This time, he will be fine as well. Lu Riyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great, and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiaochun was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiaochun and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Riyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiaochun is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Riyun said, "Are you doubting Xiaochun? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly. "Naturally, I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiaochun. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Riyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiaochun gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiaochun's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it, even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Riyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier. What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden?" The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yin and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then, a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling sword gate's people. The expressions of Lu Riyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling sword gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. "Ha ha! Look, look, what did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We're going to strike it rich." Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." "Thinking of leaving?" "Everyone, don't move." Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. Shatter! Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then, strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Chi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvest from the herb garden, and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people. A ruling sword gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi. What? Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed. Ha! Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die? Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvest from the herb garden, the other ruling sword gate disciples became enraged. Murong, Yin retorted indifferently. Hand over my ass. You're just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave. Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today, I will leave you all behind. Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We're just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Situ Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiaochun is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes, Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Die. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul, energy, and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom! When this sword chopped down, Murong Yin and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword's sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yin wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it. Qi Yunfeng, put in more strength. Don't tell me that you are only capable of this. You bastard. This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yin's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yen. Good job. It is time for us to make a move. It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yen attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yen did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it, I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling sword gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Riyun and the others arrived, the Ice Cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom! All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Riyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. Huh, Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the Ice Cloud sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. You all, Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Humph, do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Ha! Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave, under the medicine cauldron, Xiao Chan flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiao Chan held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiao Chan could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiao Chen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiao Chen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiao Chen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiao Chen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break! At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings, crackling with electricity, spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiao Chen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiao Chen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzhong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Haha, Xiao Chen, To think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiaoqin could not help but frown. Such an existence, combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength, would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiaoqian's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiaoqian flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world. You can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiaoqian. His speed was no slower than Xiaoqian's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiaoqian to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiaoqian was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiaoqian like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiaoqian's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiaoqian felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiaoqian felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble! The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiaoqian. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiaoqian was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiaoqian to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiaoqian's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein, sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiaoqian. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiaoqian could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiaoqian. At the crucial moment, Xiaoqian's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, it actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiaoqian felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiaoqian's mind, and he revealed a smile. So, that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The seven-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Die. Lu Yuanzong saw Xianxia, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings. Pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xianxia, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xianxia, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body. An electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiaoqian's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this light of freedom? As Xiaoqian looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiaoqian looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiaoqian did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the seven-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiaoqian's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the seven-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the seven-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then, it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiaoqian recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this seven-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiaoqian fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No, Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates, Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden, turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yin and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yin and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yin and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Sidu Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chun was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yinfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yinfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ha ha ha. Qi Yinfeng. Oh, Qi Yinfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-tooth saber as he mocked. Qi Yinfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shua, the white-clad scholar, silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." Humph, a bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Riyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now, she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you're willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on," Lu Riyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying, murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ruyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber, what is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "Humph! No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-tooth saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh! 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 Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, A towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-toothed saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4-rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon-tooth saber's secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The Wolf Smoke Pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bow shot out. Xiao, the shadow of a god, was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon-tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shock waves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun sect's pretty woman, and the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chan was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now." Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. "Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now," Xiao Chan said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Riyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." "I can explain," seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the Wolf Smoke Pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god Shadow Bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother," the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the 3 of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh! Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chun, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chun continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it, how can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. Sorry, I did not intend to let you go. Firmament's rage. Xiao Chun directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. You're going too far. Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword attack to clash with his horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, what exactly do you want? The White Sun sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious for Xiao Chun. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. Even a corner dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner. Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death? I, Xiao Chun, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see. Xiao Chun twirled the god shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God shadow bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chun. They did not know whether Xiao Chun could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chun used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chun? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chun on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chun. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chun took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chun wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then, they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xianxia control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xianxia managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew? He ended up losing his gains. Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xianxia nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xianxia appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy. The ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud Sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xianxia and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xianxia, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go. You talk too much." Xianxia immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiaoqian's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring, and released. Qi Yunfeng dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xianxia again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun Sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother, the remaining true inheritors of the ruling Sword Gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xianxia. After using the Ice Cloud Sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then, we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die. Murong Yin said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with Xianxia Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiaoqian put away the god's shadow bow and calmed himself. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly." Lu Riyun asked Xiaoqian, "What exactly happened below? Also, how did this seven-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzhou? Murong Yin and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation. At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiao Chun did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiao Chun did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then, he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this seven-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the pill river. Originally, Xiao Chun had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chun, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chun. "Senior brother, where are we going now?" The white-clad scholar replied. "We cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool, we can dominate." "All right, I'll listen to senior brother." The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiao Chun, they paled in comparison. When the God Shadow, Bao, clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god, essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Xiao Chun still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof, appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool? The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining holy son Ming Xian. The Black Lotus wholly venerates death, allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Xiao Chun went to the central Great Realm alone. Treasure Path of Buddha Light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie, flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy Sun Ming Xian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me." The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Xiao Chun earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say at the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Xiao Chun and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Xiao Chun. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous chi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy Sun Ming Xian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan shock wave still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang, bang, bang. The holy Sun Ming Xian's mind shook, and his chi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Xiao Chun and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous chi grew even stronger. He said seriously, "Life is like a dream. The curtain falls on prosperity." The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity. Life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The holy Sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, "So, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique destroy." The Buddhist prayer beads in the holy Sun Ming Xian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Ming Xian's body at all. Only when the holy Sun Ming Xian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy Sun Ming Xian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy Sun Ming Xian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the holy Sun Ming Xian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang, bang, bang. When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Ming Xian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Ming Xian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The holy Sun Ming Xian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the holy Sun Ming Xian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then, he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city. You are late. When Ming Xian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong, evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Ming Xian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. I was delayed on the way. The East Gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious Scarlet Shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4-rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising. Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Ming Xian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal that contained divine Tao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors, who surpassed sovereign personages, could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Ming Xian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us." Xiaochen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden, Xiaochun, there's a total of 10-odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit, Murong Yin said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiaochun said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. Should we not wait a little longer? Murong Yin asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiaochun saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiaochun had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there." Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then, Xiaochun turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiaochun. "I can't just give up." While the others were not paying attention, Xiaochun casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiaochun's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiaochun would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. "Xiaochun, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time," Sidu Changfeng suggested to Xiaochun. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiaochun looked at the surroundings and nodded. "Go ahead and refine it. I'll stay on guard for you." Murong Yin took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong Yin chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Tao, which had boundless, wondrous uses. Murong Yin received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ha ha ha. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Riyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiao Chan shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, There's no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Riyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiao Chen guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The Deadpool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiao Chen looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong Yin and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiao Chen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiao Chen and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiao Chen approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying! I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong Yin said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Situ Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Chan felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yin and the others. Situ Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Chan was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and listened attentively. Situ Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhong Li and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyin. Situ Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Tao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong Yin smiled and said, Zhong Li actually allied himself with Qin Outyin. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us. Xiao Chan recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyin before. He asked seriously, what is Qin Outyin's background? Finding this strange, Murong Yin asked, You don't know? His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped 2 great Tao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murong Yin. He said with a grave expression, They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race. Murong Yin's expression changed slightly. Do we need help? I'm afraid we have no choice. Situ Changfeng said, They are currently being chased. The direction they're fleeing in happens to be where we are. Indeed, right after Situ Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon, Zhongli, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyin, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyin, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. What saber technique is this? Murong Yin asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil. He had never seen it before. We have never seen anyone with a saber before. The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhong Li and the others saw Xiao Chun, they were startled. Then they said joyfully, Xiao Chun, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the flood dragon humans. Help us block them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, Yin Sangming. Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yin Sangming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yin Sangming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people. Yin Sangming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiao Chun. He said seriously, Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Jin Yuan, you should be very happy, right? Whoosh. The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot toward Xiao Chun. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiao Chun, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murong Yin and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiao Chun calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiao Chun, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiao Chun was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. However, he now had hair, and his face looked older. When Xiao Chun saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Zhen Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Zhen Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Zhen Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn, these dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiao Chun. Yin Sangming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the 6 color divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the Divine Dragon Empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiao Chun sent a voice projection to Murong Yin and the others. Then he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiao Chen's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Chen's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yin Songming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiaochun, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhong Li and Qin Outyin saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then, they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yin and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhong Li and Qin Outyin, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yin Songming and Jun Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiaochun and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today, I will kill all of you. Yin Songming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiaochun, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhongli. Xiaochun did not move, as Zhun Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of qi. Touch of death. As Yin Songming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhong Li like dragon whiskers. Zhong Li's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing Cloud Hand. With a furious roar, Zhong Li's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain. Falling water turns to ice. Zhong Li's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhong Li showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yin Songming reach out and grab. Kacha. The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Tao. Then it grabbed at Zhong Li. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost, and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhong Li's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Chua! Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse, like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Ruyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhong Li. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhong Li was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao! Yin Songming hovered in the air. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yin Songming looked at Lu Ruyun, and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiaochun noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Ruyun. Xiaochun had seen this Yin Songming make a move before. Yin Songming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiaochun had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yin and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Ruyun. At the same time, the other Flood Dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yin Songming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yin Songming said indifferently. His tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other Flood Dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yin Songming. A wind blew. The flood dragon human shattered. Jin Yuan appeared where Xiao Chen stood. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had already retreated far away, Jin Yuan asked seriously, "Are you not going to draw your saber?" Jin Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then, he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Jin Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Huh, that old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Jin Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Jin Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Jin Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiao Chen's, to break the mundane world. Jin Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber. However, in Jin Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses, and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Jin Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiao Chen. Then, it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiao Chen. The entire world turned into Jin Yuan's saber light. Break! Xiao Chen did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Jin Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Jin Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chen was forced back several steps, allowing Jin Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Jin Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with the saber. The saber move that Jin Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura Hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Jin Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded 7-fold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Jin Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Jin Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura Hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the 7-fold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura Hell instantly crumbled. Jin Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak-killing move could not defeat Xiao Chen. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon Regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chen did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might cause the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yin Songming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Ruyun and the others. Yin Songming charged over to Xiaochun in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiaochun's sure-kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed, and the shockwaves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiaochun took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Zhen Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Zhen Yuan had refined the demonic qi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic qi on Zhen Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Zhen Yuan's eyes, and the demonic qi on his body surged. Yin Songming looked at Xiaochun, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, master of the world. Right after Yin Songming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black dragon qi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yin Songming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot toward Xiaochun. This startled Xiaochun. Clearly, he had not expected Yin Songming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiaochun did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiaochun circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiaochun and Yin Songming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's Dragon Might and the Death Dragon Might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiaochun showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiaochun, Yin Songming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Tao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Tao was much stronger than Xiaochun's Massacre Tao. Xiaochun's killing qi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiaochun was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Tao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine Vane sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Tao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yin Songming before Xiaochun was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Tao. If not for Xiao Chun using the 7-kill seal to drive his killing chi, Yin Songming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chun did not know that Yin Songming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with his Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yin Songming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yin Songming retorted coldly. When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet. Boom! The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7-kill seal on Xiao Chun slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yin Songming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me. Yin Songming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chun before he landed. However, Xiao Chun suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chun had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chun was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chun punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chun at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yin Songming. Theoretically, a Flood Dragon human could become a Heaven Dragon. Yin Songming had studied the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Tao, he could not make any headway. Not only that, Xiao Chun snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial Heaven Dragon's mysteries merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. When Yin Songming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move, Only I Am Supreme. Without even thinking, Yin Songming used his strong Death Tao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, Only I Am Supreme. When Yin Songming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die. These words would not be regretted. This body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yin Songming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, Only I Am Supreme. Although it was only in embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chun merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yin Songming's might drowned out Yin Songming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yin Songming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yin Songming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yin Songming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's Only I Am Supreme completely drown out Yin Songming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yin Songming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yin Songming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw. Xiao Chen opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yin Songming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yin Songming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yin Songming was defeated, only Xiao Chun remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chun calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chan did his best to control his body. Then, he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chan finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contained the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chan felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chan felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chan tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chan had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chan controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chan was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chan found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy? Suddenly, Xiao Chan was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chen's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chen save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the holy venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sects had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the holy venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiao Chan had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chan, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chan immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yin was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Chun? Lu Riyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiao Chun came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Situ Changfeng said, at that time, I felt that Xiao Chun and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yin Sangming has not come out yet, Xiao Chun should not have come out so early, either. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon, Yin Songming and Jun Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiao Chun. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiao Chun? Why is he not out yet? Lu Riyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yin Songming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yin Songming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, "Why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed-blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now." You, Lu Riyun, and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Ian bloodlines and fight to the death with Yin Songming. Upon seeing this scene, Zhen Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun is not dead. We do not know where he is, either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools." Chapter 1963. Xiao Chun followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Ruyun, Murong Yin, and the others? Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Chun was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yin and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Chun discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Chun did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Chen's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Chen's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Chun would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Chen knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chen's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Chen said softly, demonic cloud, heaven swallowing art. Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud, heaven swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic chi emanated from his body. The demonic chi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xianxia circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xianxia's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xianxia activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xianxia could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xianxia knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true mastermind behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Tao or the demonic Tao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the Divine Dragon Empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the Central Great Realm. As the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xianxia finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xianxia understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xianxia's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xianxia came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xianxia's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xianxia's physical body and soul. Xianxia did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xianxia felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xianxia thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xianxia clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then, he touched another divine character. If Xianxia understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xianxia to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xianxia could only comprehend to big. Boom! After Xianxia touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xianxia did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chun discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented Big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then he muttered, "Divine Universe Stele." Just as Xiao Chun finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yin, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yin, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Zhun Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the Divine Crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the Divine Crystal, crossed many restrictions, and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the Divine Crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the Divine Crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chun and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the Divine Crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yin and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it, did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there? I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yin and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Riyun looked at Yin Songming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Chun? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yin Songming's and Zhun Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yin Songming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yin Songming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Ruyun's words, Yin Songming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chun at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yin and the others heard the meaning behind Yin Songming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Lu Ruyun. "Zhen Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Ian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yin Songming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "As you wish." Zhen Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yin Songming insisted, he could only agree. Boom! In that instant, Zhen Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yin Saming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Ruyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yin and the others activated their great desolate Yin bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Jin Yuan had been in the Central Great World for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate Yin bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Xiao Qian ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now, it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yin and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya abstinence, violation, saber technique, entering hell. Zhen Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Zhen Yuan turned into the Kasayapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yin and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly, they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art, if you can learn the 7-kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yin Saming silently spread out his death Tao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Jin Yuan said in a deep voice, and the battle quickly to avoid any accidents. As Yin Saming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They're just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Hu Qi, with a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yin Saming make a move. He is Yin Saming. So, it is him, the strongest, outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yin Saming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Situ Changfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then he attacked decisively. 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Situ Chongfeng's intentions. Boom, boom, boom. Murong Yin and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura, hell trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Zhen Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Maya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven-burning rage, golden light cauldron, falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom! The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Zhen Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Zhen Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yin, Lu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Zhen Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Situ Changfeng, who was blocking Yin Songming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Situ Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me, then. Yin Songming brushed past Situ Changfeng and charged at Lu Ruyun, preparing to send Situ Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yin Songming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Ruyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yin Songming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Ruyun blew away the death chi on Yin Songming's body with a palm strike. Then, she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yin Songming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yin Songming suppressed when he fought with Xiao Chen erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yin Songming landed a palm strike on Lu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. Situ, are you all right? Lu Ruyun landed and looked at Situ Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Situ Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Situ Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Tao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yin Songming seemed to have modified his Death Tao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Situ Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. Damn it, you 2 bastards. The others struggled to get up. After checking Situ Changfeng's situation, they glared at the 2. So that's how it is. I know who you are now. After Yin Songming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then, the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yin Songming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Ruyun. It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator. Yin Songming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Tao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Tao puts even the older generation demonic Tao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yin Songming's gaze locked on Lu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xianxia, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xianxia raised his eyebrows when he saw Yin Songming, who exuded a terrifying death Tao. Holy venerate will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xianxia brought out his holy venerate will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xianxia slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yin Songming's Death Tao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yin Songming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yin Songming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the Death Tao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yin Songming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yin Songming's Death Tao's might continuously weakened. Zhen Yuan shouted anxiously, "Yin Songming, it's time to go." Damn it! A great opportunity is gone. Just like that. Xianxia can only let them off today. Whoosh! A murderous intent flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. The tyrant's saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiaoqian drew his saber. Before Yin Songming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then, Yin Songming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. He's dead? Zhen Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yin Songming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquee with blood. For some reason, Zhen Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiaoqian told him. It was not that Xiaoqian did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber, he needed to see blood. That saber! His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Zhen Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant Blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiaoqian's hands by chance. At first, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiaoqian was one of fear. If Xiaoqian had used this saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yin Songming before Xiaoqian. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiaoqian, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiaoqian didn't give him the chance. Clang! After sheathing his saber, Xiaoqian landed beside Situ Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiaoqian frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Situ Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Situ Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower, slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Situ Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Situ Changfeng's current situation, he he would not be able to last that long. Xiao Chun, is there any way to save him? Murong Yin asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Situ Changfeng die. Xiao Chun pondered and nodded. Don't worry, I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Situ Changfeng's life force foundation so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiao Chen treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiao Chang would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chun, is there really a way? Lu Riyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiao Chun and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can trust me. Xiao Chen looked seriously at Lu Riyun. Lu Riyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chun looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Chun to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yin Songming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced, and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged with the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom! Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Chun and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yin Songming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then, he revealed a confused expression. When Zhen Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhen Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiao Chun ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chun. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chun interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yin and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yin and the others had activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against the sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yinfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiaochun. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiaochun while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiaochun knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiaochun's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiaochun drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiaochun showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom! However, as the vast might and pressure from the god shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it! The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then, he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiaochun using the god shadow bow at full power and the heart flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiaochun, it was already too late. The god shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiaochun let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With the significant increase in Xiaochun's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the god shadow bow once more. Then, Xiaochun carried Situ Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiaochun, thank you. Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiaochun's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Situ Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiaochun understood Situ Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Situ Changfeng still had to thank Situ Changfeng. This made Xiaochun feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Situ, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiaochun's back, Situ Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yin felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiaochun said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yin thought of many things. He had known Situ Changfeng for much longer than Xiaochun. Many times, Situ Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yin thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Situ Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Situ Changfeng blocking Yin Songming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiaochun appeared. Situ Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yin was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Situ Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yin. He should be the one thanking Situ Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiaochun showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Situ Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Situ Chongfeng's life. Xiao Chun killed Yin Songming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiao Chun put into them? Xiao Chun did not say anything. He silently carried Situ Chongfeng on his back as he killed the guard along the way. After making one round, Xiao Chun returned to the place where he fought with Yin Songming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Situ Chongfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao Chun. Kill. As Xiao Chun faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian, Xiao Chun said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao Chun would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the holy son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yin and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao Chen looked at Ming Xian and said, Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave. The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiao Chun rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao Chun was alone. At most, he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now, it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiao Chun still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can't agree. The holy son Ming Xian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao Chun. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the holy son Ming Xian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun could not help feeling enraged. This Ming Xian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao Chun go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current holy son Ming Xian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Ming Xian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Ming Xian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Ming Xian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Chun. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Ming Xian give up? Xiao Chun had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment, he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Ming Xian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, Still not giving up? Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate. Caw! Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. Xiao Chun, that stupid bird of yours is here. Murong Yin rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Mingxian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Ming Xian's face froze. Then, he said sullenly, "What the heck is that? Quickly scatter." The mysterious person, shrouded in bloody shadows at the side, said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Ming Xian and the mysterious person, shrouded in bloody shadows, stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. "Let's go." With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiaochun could relax. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiaochun ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. For hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiaochun and the others. However, Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiaochun's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Situ Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiaochun felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick, 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 quick. The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiaochun quickly put Situ Changfeng down. Then, he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiaochun leaped down along the roots. "Look after Situ Changfeng. Wait for me to come up." Xiaochun showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiaochun's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiaochun placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with a life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Situ Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiaochun to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiaochun arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiaochun used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiaochun felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiaochun calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties have been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiaochun was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiaochun could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiaochun shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiao Chun tried to persuade Xiao Chun with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiao Chun could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom, boom, boom. The ice snow divine flame in Xiao Chen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiao Chun let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiao Chun remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Humph! Xiao Chen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chun, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chun could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Sidu Changfeng. Murong Yin asked nervously, "Xiao Chun, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chun felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chun could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. "Xiao Chun, what medicinal pill is this?" Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. "Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly. No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally, Xiao Chen would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Dao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. Then he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Chun obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything.